Okay, so we are now live.
Dear Dear participants and organizers,
My name is Nick.
Okay. Lighting. It's not.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, dear colleagues, dear friends of the Uniservitate community. It's my great honor and pleasure to welcome you at the 6th Global Symposium of Uniservitate, hosted by Catholic University of Eichstätt-Ingolstadt. This annual gathering brings together scholars, educators, and practitioners who share a common vision to strengthen higher education through service learning, rooted in solidarity, social responsibility, and Catholic social teaching. This year, our symposium takes place in hybrid format. So while many of us are here in Eichstätt, we are also joined by colleagues from across the world. To all our online participants, a very warm welcome. Your presence truly connects our global community and reminds us the spirit of service learning knows no borders. We are meeting at a time when our world faces deep challenges: wars, displacements, environmental crises, and growing social division. Yet it's precisely in these times that education grounded in service reflection and solidarity become more essential. Through Uniservitate, we learn to transform academic knowledge into social engagement and service into parts of human and spiritual growth. Today's opening session sets the tone for the days ahead, days of reflection, exchange, and inspiration. We are honored to welcome representatives of academia, the church, and our partnered networks around the world. Let us begin with a warm welcome from Professor Dr. Gabriele Ghin, the President of the Catholic University Eichstätt-Ingolstadt, and Professor Dr. Klaus Stuwe, Vice President for International Affairs and Profile Development at the KU Eichstätt-Ingolstadt, who will open our symposium with their remarks.
So, good morning all together. Dear Maria Rosa Tapia, dear Father Enzio Bono, dear Cathedral Canon Michael Alberta from Eichstätt, dear colleagues, dear guests here in Eichstätt and online. On behalf of the Catholic University of Eichstätt-Ingolstadt, I would like to welcome you to this Uniservitate Symposium. We are very pleased that you have joined us here for these days of exchange and reflection. The Uniservitate Global Symposium is being held for the first time here in Eichstätt, which is a great honor for us. We had several meetings, and it's always not just nice for the intellect, but also very nice and lovely for the heart. And thank you for coming here. So we are delighted to welcome you all to Germany's only Catholic university. Our university is both old and young. It was founded as a university in 1980, but its academic roots back to the 16th century. Over the past decades, the university has grown into a comprehensive institution with around 5,000 students, one campus in Ingolstadt, one campus in Eichstätt, and with a wide range of academic disciplines, a strong interdisciplinary profile with a focus on humanities and social sciences, but also including economics and natural sciences. Our newest institute at our campus in Ingolstadt is dedicated to the mathematics and data science. Maybe you ask yourself why, because we have noticed that there must be a strong link between data science, KI, ethics, and humanities, and it has enriched us in a very large way. So that was a very good decision, and it's a big progress. It's still going on. We hope that those who attend in person will enjoy their stay with us in Eichstätt. Today it's a little bit foggy outside for those who can't see more than the windows, but just wait 2 hours and it will be beautiful. And we are here in the Holzer Saal, which is one of our most representative aula rooms here, but the acoustic is not so easy, so we hope you can understand all of us. So, I hand over to the Vice President, and we do a dialogue.
Also a warm welcome from my side. Yes, we have to apologize for the bad weather, but we did everything that we could do for you to make your stay as beautiful as possible. This meeting, dear friends and colleagues, brings together colleagues from many universities who share an interest in how higher education can engage more closely with society. At our university, this question is central to our understanding of what it means to be an engaged institution of learning and research. The KU sees its role not only in generating knowledge, but also in contributing to its application for the benefit of society. We are convinced that academic work gains value when it responds to real social, environmental, and cultural challenges. This approach shapes our research and teaching. We encourage cooperation with partners outside academia and promote forms of learning that connect theory and practice. The Uniservitate program and the service learning approach it supports fits very well into this, our understanding of a university that is engaged with its environment. At KU, our Catholic University, service learning has developed steadily over the past years and has become an established part of our teaching program. The Uniservitate network has played an important role in supporting this development. It provides a platform for international cooperation, offers guidance, and yes, encourages exchange between universities working on similar questions. And this Symposium is the best example for that. We are grateful for this partnership and for the opportunity to learn from colleagues from all around the world.
The commitment to knowledge transfer, to connecting academic expertise with social application is part of the KU mission and long-term strategy. We started to call it third mission. Now we have developed a one-mission integrated strategy, so that's wonderful that this process is going on. We promote dialogue between science and society in many forms, through cooperation projects, public discussions and joint initiatives with partners in politics, church, business and civil society. For example, we have been working for 7 years on a large third-party founded project called Mensch in Bewegung, People in Motion. Thomas Metten, standing there in the back, he's the head of the project, with focuses on the idea of transfer, and also through that we were capable of building structures, long-term sustainable structures, which is very important with third-party funding projects. The structure and the program are designed to analyze and accompany the political, social, and ecological changes of the present. And we are currently building a future campus in Ingolstadt, which doesn't mean here's not the future, but it's linking together, which will combine research, teaching, and transfer in an innovative format. André Habisch is here today, he's from Ingolstadt. Thank you for joining us. And he is one of the experts in service learning and part of the future campus as well. At the same time, we try to ensure that our students experience this commitment as part of their education. They should understand that universities are not isolated spaces, but part of a larger social context. Slowly, I think also politics has generated the idea that universities have a responsibility to society, and they are not just there in the research, but they have to open up to society. Events such as this symposium are important because they allow us to reflect on these roles and to share our experiences. They also remind us that universities can learn a great deal from each other, particularly when it comes to developing methods of socially engaged teaching and research. In this regard, I'm delighted that we have secured highly esteemed keynote speakers. Nivias Tapia, Director of CLISE, Dr. Taras Dobko, Rector of the Ukraine Catholic University, Dr. Grigorova, Professor of the Faculty of Education, Matei Bay University, oh, now it's getting difficult, Banska Bystrica, Slovakia. I hope that was right. I trained it for a couple of times.
Yes, through service learning, students and faculty develop an understanding of the mutual benefits of collaboration. At KU, service learning takes many forms. For example, our students work with local schools to support language development programs. They contribute to sustainability projects like the Klimagarten community garden, like next to the university. And they collaborate with the city on initiatives to reduce packaging waste. Others engage internationally, supporting social entrepreneurship projects in Africa. Andre Habisch, who is responsible for that, was already mentioned here. Or taking part in research projects like Senatra, which explores how service learning can support sustainable transformation at universities. In all these activities, students apply what they learn in the classroom while reflecting on their experiences, benefiting both the community and their own education. And at the same time, faculty members benefit from the opportunity to apply academic concepts in real-world context, so to speak, which can enrich their teaching and research. The Uniservitate network provides important support for these activities. It encourages us to connect with others, share experiences, and learn from each other. This symposium builds on that idea, creating space to discuss common questions, practical challenges, and ways to strengthen the impact of service learning.
Our participation in the Uniservitate network has made clear how valuable such exchange can be. We see that institutions in very different contexts face similar challenges. How can service learning be integrated sustainably into the curricula? How can partnerships with local communities be maintained over time? And how can we ensure that engagement benefits both students and partners outside the university? Discussion these questions across national and disciplinary boundaries helps us to find better answers. The Uniservitate network had also created opportunities for our staff and students to connect internationally, which adds an important perspective to our work. In this sense, Uniservitate is more than a program. It is a catalyst for change in higher education.
Yes, it is a catalyst for change, and this symposium, dear colleagues, continues that. Over the next 2 days, we will hear from colleagues from different regions, compare experiences, and explore new approaches to linking learning, research, and engagement. We are particularly pleased to welcome participants from many different countries. It's amazing. Although KU is a relatively small university, we place a high priority on international collaboration. We have more than 300 partners around the globe. 18% of our students come from abroad, and our scientists cooperate in research projects all over the world. We are convinced that global exchange enriches our work, broadens perspectives, and strengthens our ability to address complex changes. The need for such reflection has never been greater. We live in a time of profound changes, ecological, technological, and social. Universities are asked to contribute solutions, but also to offer orientation, especially as Catholic universities, critical thinking, and a long-term perspective.
We are pleased to host this meeting in Eichstätt. The hybrid format of this event with participants here and online allows us to connect across distances and make the exchange more inclusive. I would like to thank everyone who has contributed to making this possible. Special thanks go to Gleis and Porticus, I think they're online, thank you, for their trust and continuous encouragement, especially to Maria, thank you Maria, and their team. Thank you to the European Association of Service Learning in Higher Education and the University Network for Social Responsibility. And of course, we also thank all our local organizing team at the KU, Ola and Maria, and the many technicians and Simone. You see in the last row how difficult it is, the streaming and the presence conference, and caretakers from the administration for their careful preparation and excellent organization. Thank you very much.
Thanks for your applause. We always depend on the people who are working in the background. It's so important. We also would like to thank all participants for taking the time to be here. Conferences like this one depend on the openness and engagement of those who attend. We look forward to hearing about your experiences, learning from your perspectives, and discussing how universities can continue to strengthen their social role through teaching and research. We hope that the coming days will provide useful insights, practical ideas, and of course also opportunities for new cooperation.
On behalf of the entire university, we wish you an enriching and enjoyable time at the Catholic University of Eichstätt-Ingolstadt, whether you are here with us in person or joining online. Together, let us continue to explore how universities can serve society through knowledge, responsibility, and collaboration. Thank you, and a very warm welcome to all of you. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Professor Ginn and Professor Stuwe. We now turn to one of our long-standing partners. Please welcome Mr. Richard Bross, Portfolio Manager of Vital Catholic Thought at Porticus, who joined us through a recorded video message.
Dear representatives of the Uniservitate members, dear colleagues, dear participants in Eichstätt and on the screen, dear companions in humanity. While I do regret not being able to be physically among you on the beautiful Eichstätt campus, I want to warmly welcome you all who are making the time to join this new symposium of our service learning community, Uniservitate. I speak of community and not simply of a network, and this is deeply intentional. I am referring here to the experience reflected by many of you during our 5th symposium last year in Rome, namely the experience of a journey started 6 years ago, which has been continuously deepening our perception and our understanding of the potential of the service learning pedagogy, opening our minds, our hands and hearts, bringing us closer together, but also closer to the ones the education we provide or receive at our universities is meant for, our companions in humanity. A community in a fragile world. This sounds like a paradox or maybe like a temptation. For we will hear a lot in the coming 2 days about the fragility of our countries and societies, about the multiple crises we are facing, not as an abstract philosophical consideration, but as a very concrete, demanding, and sometimes dramatic reality, like in Ukraine and in other countries. Thus, what is the point of building a service learning community on such a background? Is it about creating some comfortable but artificial spaces where we can come together enjoying a cozy fireplace and forget about the world falling apart out there? Certainly not, or at least not fully. Then experiencing comfort, solace, from our colleagues on this journey is evidently part of the service learning dynamic we want to create. but not at the cost of an encapsulation. On the contrary, what service learning teaches us is that taking the risk of being exposed to the wants of the people around our academic communities is valuable. And even more, it gives sense. It gives sense to the particular knowledge we have to acquire. It gives sense to the intellectual efforts we are asked to do. It gives sense to our professional and personal lives. Those among us coming from the Christian tradition will certainly be reminded of the Apostle Paul's writing to the community of Corinth. For when I am weak, then I am strong. This is a paradox of the exposition to the cross, the ultimate expression of fragility in our religious tradition. The ultimate experience that sense is not primarily constructed by ourselves, but received from the radically other. And don't forget, sense-giving is extremely powerful in fighting desperation and generating hope. This is why community building is a magical how service learning operates from fragility to peace and hope. In that sense, I wish us a deep community journey during this symposium. Thank you.
Thank you to Mr. Bros and our colleagues at Porticus for their constant support and shared vision. We will now hear from Father Ezio Bono, representing the Global Compact on Education of the Dicastery for Culture and Education, who will speak about the education as a path of encounter and fraternity.
Good morning, everyone. We can see the slides.
You have a presentation?
No, the introduction to the message to the Cardinal. Okay, yes. Okay. The message we are about to hear was recorded by Cardinal José Tolentino di Mendonça, Prefect of the Dicastery for Culture and Education, a few days before the Jubilee of the educational world. For organizational reasons, the organizer of this symposium asked to receive it in advance. I mention this because the Jubilee of the educational world turned out to be a truly extraordinary moment, a week rich in reflection, dialogue, and spiritual renewal for the entire global educational community. During those days, Pope Leo XIV offered us a treasure of inspiration through his homilies, speeches, and audiences, and above all, through the apostolic letter, drawing new maps of hope. In that letter, the Holy Father outlined the new direction for the education of the future, speaking many times about service as the very heart of learning. He also referred explicitly to service learning, describing it as one of the most promising ways to bring together knowledge and solidarity, intellect and compassion, theory and life. Because service learning is not just a technique or a method, It is a way of living education as a transformative experience where we learn not only for ourselves, but with and for others. This 6th Uniservitate Global Symposium is rooted in that same vision. The vision of a university that does not stop at transmitting knowledge, but becomes a living laboratory of humanity, a space of encounter and dialogue, a place where service becomes the common language that connects cultures, faiths, and peoples. The theme of this symposium, Service Learning in a Fragile World, University Nourishing Peace and Hope, captures exactly this calling, to educate for peace and hope by building trust through acts and service. In the coming days, we will have the opportunity to explore the new educational insights offered by Pope Leo XIV, and to reflect on how service learning can continue to shape the university as a place of academic excellence, cultural openness, and spiritual renewal. But before we begin our work together, I would like to highlight 2 key ideas from the Cardinal's message. First, the belief that service is not an addition to education, it is its beating heart. And second, the vision of the university as a community of learning and solidarity, where knowledge becomes wisdom and theory becomes life. With this spirit of gratitude and openness, let us now listen to the opening message of the Cardinal. Thank you.
Father Ezio brought us a message from Cardinal Tolentino.
Queridos amigos y amigas de Uniservitate, aunque no me sea posible estar con vosotros en este importante 6º simposio global, deseo hacerlos llegar mi más cordial saludo y mis mejores deseos de un fecundo camino de reflexión, encuentro y fraternidad. Los simposios de Uniservitate se han convertido hoy en un punto de referencia imprescindible para todos aquellos que en el mundo académico reconocen que la educación no se reduce a la transmisión de conocimientos, sino que alcanza su plenitud en el acto de servir. Educar significa, en efecto, iniciar en la responsabilidad, en la gratuidad y en el cuidado del bien común. Es formar mentes pensantes y corazones sensibles, capaces de unir conocimiento y compasión, competencia y solidaridad. Vivimos en un mundo atravesado por tensiones y polarizaciones que ponen a prueba la confianza y debilitan el tejido de las relaciones humanas. En este contexto, la educación se manifiesta como un acto de valentía y de esperanza. El Service Learning encarna plenamente esta vocación, educar para el servicio y a través del servicio. Servir no es un apéndice del proceso formativo, sino su corazón vivo. En el gesto del servicio, el conocimiento se convierte en sabiduría. la teoría se traduce en vida y la universidad se transforma en una verdadera comunidad de aprendizaje y de solidaridad. Como nos recordaba el Papa Francisco, educar significa poner en movimiento la mente, las manos y el corazón, para que el aprendizaje genere comunión y esperanza. El título de este simposio, Universidades que nutren la paz y la esperanza, nos invita a imaginar nuestras instituciones como laboratorios de humanidad, espacios de diálogo intercultural e interreligioso, lugares donde la investigación y el servicio se entrelazan para construir una sociedad más justa, fraterna e inclusiva. En este espíritu deseo expresar mi sincero agradecimiento a Universitate, a Pórticos, a Clays y a la Universidad Católica de Eichstätt-Ingolstadt por su compromiso en la promoción de una cultura educativa solidaria y al servicio de las comunidades. Con el jubileo del mundo educativo, el Papa León XIV abre una nueva estación educativa, invitándonos a renovar el pacto educativo global y a colocar en el centro de nuestros esfuerzos la educación para la paz, entendida no como mera ausencia de conflictos, sino como arte de relación, de diálogo que une y de servicio que construye puentes. Que estos días de encuentro y de investigación compartida sea para todos vosotros una escuela de escucha y de esperanza, donde el discernimiento y el servicio se conviertan en instrumentos concretos para regenerar el tejido humano y espiritual de nuestras universidades y de nuestras sociedades. Gracias a cada uno de vosotros por su presencia y por su compromiso cotidiano en la construcción con pasión y fe, en un mundo más justo, más fraterno, profundamente humano y profundamente universitario. Vale.
We are deeply grateful to His Eminence for this inspiring message. Our next speaker is Michael Alberter, the permanent representative of Eichstätt-Episcopate, who brings greetings from the local church.
Liebe Teilnehmerinnen und Teilnehmer der internationalen Konferenz Uniservitate, liebe Schwestern und Brüder, ich freue mich sehr, Sie hier im Bistum Eichstätt in der Katholischen Universität zu Ihrem 6. globalen Symposium begrüßen zu dürfen. Die Konferenz steht in diesem Jahr unter dem Leitwort Service Learning in einer zerbrechlichen Welt. Universitäten nähern Frieden und Hoffnung.
Dear participants of the International Uniservitate Conference, dear sisters and brothers, I am pleased to welcome you here in Eichstätt at the Catholic University to your 6th Global Symposium, which takes place under the motto, Service Learning in a Fragile World, Universities Nurture Peace and Hope.
Service Learning verbindet akademisches Studium und Engagement für das Gemeinwohl. In mehreren Ländern betreiben Universitäten ihres Netzwerks sogenannte Law Clinics, bei denen Studentinnen und Studenten im Rahmen des Jurastudiums kostenlose Rechtsberatung in verschiedenen Bereichen anbieten.
Service learning brings together academic study with engagement for the common good, like the so-called law clinics run by universities in your network, where students offer free legal advice in a variety of fields as part of their studies.
An der Assam Don Bosco Universität in Indien beispielsweise beteiligen sich Studentinnen und Studenten innerhalb eines Service Learning Programms an einem längerfristigen Projekt der Universität zur Sicherstellung von sauberem Trinkwasser in ländlichen Gegenden, wofür die Abteilung für Nanotechnologie ein auf Sonnenstrahlung basierendes Wasserfiltersystem entwickelt hat.
Or at the Assam Don Bosco University in India, where students participate in a service learning program as part of a long-term university project to ensure access to clean drinking water in rural areas, for which the Department of Nanotechnology has developed a solar-powered water filtration system.
Hier in Eichstätt hat die Fakultät für Sprach- und Literaturwissenschaft im Rahmen von Service-Learning-Projekten an verschiedenen Grundschulen Deutschsprachkurse für Kinder aus Migranten- oder Flüchtlingsfamilien angeboten.
Here in Eichstätt, the Faculty of Language and Literature has offered German language courses at various primary schools for children from migrant or refugee families within the framework of service learning projects.
In Zusammenarbeit mit dem Bistum Eichstätt hat die School of Transformation and Sustainability der Katholischen Universität ein Konzept für Festivalseelsorge erarbeitet und beim Eichstätter Open Air am Berg umgesetzt.
And in cooperation with our diocese, the School of Transformation and Sustainability at the KU has developed a concept for pastoral care at festivals, which was implemented at Eichstätt's own Open Air on the Mountain.
Diese wenigen Beispiele, die zeigen schon, dass der karitative Ansatz des Service Learnings ideal zum Selbstverständnis unserer katholischen Universitäten passt. Bildung und Wissen nicht als Selbstzweck zu betreiben, sondern in den Dienst Gottes und des Nächsten zu stellen.
These few examples demonstrate that the charitable approach of service learning is a perfect fit with the self-understanding of our Catholic universities, to engage in education and knowledge, not as an end in itself, but in the service of God and one's neighbor.
In diesem Sinn danke ich Ihnen herzlich für Ihren Einsatz für das Evangelium und für Ihre Mitmenschen. Und ich wünsche Ihnen auch im Namen von Diözesanadministrator Alfred Rottler, den ich vertreten darf, eine gelungene Konferenz hier in Eichstätt und für jene, die online zugeschaltet sind.
I think they got that. Yeah? Okay. In this spirit, I thank you also in the name of our diocesan administrator, Alfred Rottler, for your commitment to the gospel and to your fellow human beings, and I wish you a successful conference here in Eichstätt.
Our next two speakers belong to a great network to which our university belongs as well. First of all, warm greetings from Nicola Standard, the President of European Association of Service Learning in Higher Education. who also welcome us with radio.
My name is Nicholas Standard, and I am the president of the European Association of Service Learning in Higher Education. It is a great pleasure and honor to address this short word of welcome to you participants in the 6th Uniservitate Global Symposium. As you may know, the European Association brings together members from over 100 European universities who are enthusiastically practicing and promoting service learning. We have our yearly conferences, several working groups, and also some common projects financed by the European Union. At present, we are starting a 3-year project entitled Service Learning to Promote Competences for Democratic Culture, which fits perfectly with the theme of this global symposium. The theme of service learning in a fragile world, universities nourishing peace and hope, is indeed very well chosen. We are living in a fragile world and we are in need of hope, not only in the short term but also in the long term. Maybe we can learn from some important persons who had such a long-term vision and hope in the past. This year we celebrate in Europe the 75th anniversary of the so-called Schuman Declaration. In 1950, this means 5 years after the disaster of the Second World War, ministers of France, the Netherlands, Belgium and Luxembourg, but also of the former invaders Germany and Italy, came together to form a community with the aim of building a long-term peace, not based on competition, but on collaboration. It was the first of a series of European institutions that would ultimately become the 2 days European Union. At that meeting, Robert Schuman made a visionary declaration in which he said that Europe will not be made all at once or according to a single plan. It will be built through concrete achievements which first create a de facto solidarity. To build peace through concrete steps of solidarity is a nice challenge for global service learning. This is the long-term hope that we can cultivate together with young people also at this symposium. That is the wish I have for you all. Let us look forward to meeting again, not only in the near future, but also in 25 years, when we will have taken more concrete steps and we will be celebrating the 100th anniversary of the Solidarity Declaration. Wish you all the best.
Thanks to Professor Standard. On the national level, our university also closely cooperate with the University Network for Social Responsibility in Germany. So warm welcome from Professor Dr. Karl-Heinz Gerholz, the second speaker of this network.
Dear participants and organizers of the Uniservitate Global Symposium, on behalf of the German Higher Education Network, Education Through Responsibility, I would like to extend our heartfelt congratulations and deep appreciation for this important event. Service learning for us is much more than a teaching method. It is a key educational approach that connects academic knowledge with social responsibility. Especially in times marked by political instability, social tensions, and global challenges, we need forms of education that build bridges between science and society, between theory and practice, between people and cultures. The Uniservitate Symposium provides a unique space for exactly that, for exchange, for inspiration, and for mutual learning. We are confident that the insights and experiences shared here will enrich our own work within the Bildung durch Verantwortung network, and that together we can continue to strengthen higher education institutions as places of social engagement and responsibility. We wish this symposium great success, fruitful discussions, and many new connections, locally and globally. On behalf of the entire Bildung durch Verantwortung network, thank you very much, and all the best for the symposium.
So it's now my pleasure to invite Maria Rosa Tapia, the coordinator of the Uniservitate Global Network at CLISE, to share her words of welcome on behalf of the global community.
Well, as you can imagine, this is a day of joy, because this is a day for hope. First, I want to thank Professor Gabi Ginn and Professor Klaus Tube for welcoming us in this wonderful university. This has been a dream that we have been waiting for a long time, so we are really happy that we can finally accomplish it. We want to thank Richard Brostad, who connect online, and on his behalf, we want to welcome also Pushpa Joseph from the Asian Oceania Porticus region. We are really pleased to have you here. We also want to especially thank Professor Dr. Father Ezio Bono for representing not only the Dicastery of Education and the Global Compact, but also for introducing the wonderful words of Cardinal Tolentino. For us, Tolentino de Mendoza, for us it's always inspiring to listening to his messages, but also to be grateful for the always support that we have been receiving from the Dicastery and for the Global Compact and Education team. Thank you also, Michael Albert, for your words, and of course to Nicolas Standler and Karl-Heinz Karlsholz, because we can see here the global dimension, the regional dimension, and the local dimension in these welcoming messages. I want to also especially thank to the Uniservitate global community. For those who are joining us online, we have around 500 people that registered to participate in this symposium from 50 different countries. So thank you for joining us online. And of course, a special and particular thank you to the Eichstätt-Ingolstadt team, Ola, Maria, Simone, and a special thank also to Christiane, because with you we dream for this to happen. So thank you, because we know how it takes to organize these kind of meetings in a hybrid format, and for your patience and for your hard work for all these weeks. And of course, I have to say a special thanks to CLISE team, the Latin American Center of Solidarity Service Learning team, because behind the screens, there's a wonderful team that is joining us online. Just three of us, Andres Peregali, Vice Coordinator of Uniservitate, and Candelaria Ferrara, Coordinator of the regional hubs, could come here. But there's a great team very early in the morning in Argentina working to make that all this that is happening here can be broadcasted with the Eichstätt team too, to this global network. So special thanks to each of you. As you can see in the picture, we have been working from Buenos Aires, Argentina, for more than 20 years, dreaming on the promotion of service learning, initially in Latin America, but now worldwide. And we are very thankful to Porticus that in 2018, he approaches us with a great dream to promote the institutionalization of service learning in Catholic higher education. You know, it was a great challenge to coordinate a global program from Argentina, from the Global South, but, you know, that's why we were on service learning. So in 2019, we have the opportunity to start with the program and also organize our first symposium because I don't know if you can recall, as soon as we started, pandemic started too. So we were planning to have a meeting here. Our first symposium was supposed to be here in Eichstätt. We had also our tickets, but you know, it took us 6 years to get here finally and to organize the symposium. But for us, it was a meaningful learning because in pandemic, being everyone closed and with all the problems that we knew that were going through in our communities, we said, we cannot stop this. We cannot go in person, let's go online. What now the Pope is promoting, you know, let's humanize technology, and we had this wonderful symposium. Can you raise the hands who participated in this symposium? Okay, thank you. We will see what happens later because, you know, with this initiative that we developed in the first symposium, we wanted to see what was happening in the world with pandemic and how we were addressing this challenge through service learning. So from that symposium, we opened this map to learn from the service learning experiences, and we built our first constellation, you know, to see how we could deal with pandemic. And we gathered more than 200 experiences of service learning projects within pandemic. The following conference, of course, it had to be online. That image of Pope Francis is really representative, but for us it was key, the message that he shared with us for our symposium, reinforcing the importance of linking service learning to the concrete mission and vision of Catholic higher education, to make it concrete, to make it real through activities with the community, to go to the peripheries, not to stay inside. And of course, to foster relationships and collaboration. And this is what we are building through Uniservitate. The following conference was a wonderful gathering because we also developed our first Uniservitate Award to highlight the best service learning practices that were being developed in the different regions. In the picture, you can see students that were the winners of their service learning projects in the different regions, and we had the wonderful opportunity to be received by Pope Francis. And well, this is one of the images that we really cherish, very particular. And what he especially remarked, keep haciendo lío, keep doing messy. The following symposium, the fourth one, well, as you could see, it was like this one in an hybrid format. I want to thank the La Salle University who hosted this conference. The second one was hosted with the Catholic University of Portugal, and this one was hosted by the La Salle University from Manila, Philippines, where we also had the opportunity to, you know, to work with a wonderful team from the university. And we also received a meaningful letter from the Pope reinforcing how we had to assist young people to be leaders and protagonists in building a better future for society as a whole. We had wonderful reflections from the students from the region that reinforced the importance to work with them, developing their own inner self, their own spirituality. Then we have the fifth symposium. Well, here there are many of you who were there. Can you raise a hand who were there, who had this wonderful opportunity to meet the Pope? This was last November, and we were really blessed for Pope Francis to receiving us in a private audience, and he concretely expressed education is not a process that ends once we leave the classroom or library. It continues throughout life in our daily encounters with others and on the path we take. Listening to each other, reflecting on dialogue, this is the way of education. And this is the path that we have been building together through Uniservitate, knowing many different situations, because it was not pandemic. During these 6 years, that sometimes could seem a short time, but sometimes it seems a long time because we had to deal with, you have to deal, many of you, with wars, with many difficulties. And for us, I recall what Richard Ross says, from when I'm weak, with this fraternal community, we are strong. That's why I just want to celebrate this wonderful opportunity that we are building together already, this map of hope. We are drawing it with all the more than 150 universities that are already taking part of the program. You know, you can identify your star, your dot there in the map, because we are really proud of this small group of 7 regional hubs that were the key leaders that we had at the beginning of the program. So that's why we really thank all the representatives of the different regions. Many of you are here, the supported institutions, those who were awarded by the Uniservitate Award, those who received the small research grants that we promote from the program to reinforce research on particularly on the institutionalization, the development of the spirituality, the impact that service learning has on their students. But what for us is really meaningful, now that the Pope is talking about, you know, these constellations, how through these last years we have also developed new relations and deepening our community with all the stars of the congregations. For instance, well, we have the Salesians, the Jesuits, the Marists, I don't want to forget the Lasallians, of course, and also with global networks like La Scolas or IRSLICE, or some regional networks that, as we can see, are also participating and collaborating with us. And of course, always with the permanent support of the Dicastery of Education through the Global Compact on Education. So with this constellation, where each star has its own brightness, but together they can chart a course, unity is our most prophetic strength. So I just want to finish with this great gift that Pope Leo gave us during the Jubilee, stating that I speak of a constellation because the work of Catholic education is a living and pluralistic network parish, schools and colleges, universities and institutes of higher education, professional training centers, movements, digital platform, service learning initiatives, and schools, universities, and cultural pastoral programs. This is expressed in the Apostolic Letter, Drawing New Maps of Hope, that was just launched by Pope Leo. So just to finish, I just want to celebrate that today we are gathering for this wonderful challenge that we know that we live in a fragile world, but through service learning, we are nourishing peace and hope. Thank you for doing so.
Ladies and gentlemen, this concludes the opening session of our symposium. Today, we have heard voices representing academia, church, and international, regional, and national networks. Together, they embody what service learning truly is: academic education, dialogue with communities, and spiritual enrichment. What we have witnessed here is a living testimony to the mission of the Uniservitate, education that unites knowledge, service, and faith in pursuit of common good. And now, to conclude this distinguished open session, it's my great pleasure to introduce our first keynote speaker, Dr. Taras Dobko, rector of the Ukrainian Catholic University, who will share his insights in a recorded keynote address.
Good morning, everybody. Greetings from Ukraine. I would like to welcome all participants of the Uniservitate Global Symposium, Service Learning in a Fragile World, Universities Nourishing Peace and Hope. I am grateful for the invitation and for the honor to share with you some reflections on the institutionalization of service learning in times of war at the Ukrainian Catholic University. I am sorry that I could not be present in person. On behalf of our academic community, I would also like to express my appreciation to the Uniservitate network, which became more than a project or a program, but a community of people and institutions who promote service learning as an educational philosophy and a way to acquire and share knowledge. Thank you so much. From its very beginning, the Ukrainian Catholic University has followed a clear educational philosophy rooted in the concept of integral human development. As Pope Francis once said, true education is not about filling the mind with facts, but about learning three languages: the language of the mind, the language of the heart, and the language of hands. In other words, education must equip a person not only with knowledge, but also fill his or her heart with compassion and engage in practical action. At UKU, this philosophy naturally evolved into what we now call solidarity service learning. Long before we used this term, we encouraged our students to think of the common good, to understand not only their rights, but also their responsibility to serve others. The social teaching of the Church has been a guide in this process, and it remains central to our mission. It is my conviction that Ukrainians of different origin, ethnic origin, and social background, different religious beliefs or non-believers, manage to survive, stay resilient, and lead decent human life during the war only insofar as they, even without knowing it, embody the vision and principles of Catholic social teaching, the principles of human dignity, solidarity, subsidiarity, and the common good are life-giving and life-preserving here in Ukraine. Solidarity plays a crucial role in building up the resources for resilience. Volunteering has become a daily activity for many Ukrainians. 86% of UKU undergraduate students are involved in volunteer activities during their studies. There is a very telling story published in the Atlantic Journal back in 2022 by Natalka Humenyuk and Anne Applebaum, and based on the testimonies of Ukrainian municipal leaders from the occupied territories of Kherson region. As soon as the occupation began, local Ukrainians found themselves on the brink of survival. There was a shortage of food, medicine, clothes, everything. Our people voluntarily started organizing assistance for those in need. Then the Russians arrested them on suspicion that they were not acting on their own, but were members of some underground organization. They put under interrogation all people whose behavior didn't fit into their usual pattern of action, based either on state coercion under threat of violence or on personal financial gain. They saw these volunteers as puppets controlled by some invisible hand. Occupiers couldn't comprehend the idea that people could be motivated by something like the common good and act out of solidarity. Solidarity cultivates civic spirit in a sense of agency. Solidarity gives strength for self-government as a way of life. Solidarity calms the human heart, brings peace to it, thanks to which a person could be guided not by fear or desire for gain, but by the good of others. During the war, community engagement became a way of staying resilient and maintaining personal agency. When everything around is uncertain, values and principles become a firm ground to stand on. They help people focus not merely on survival, but on the victory of the good by affirming dignity, showing solidarity, and caring for the common good. Thus, to engage in solidarity service learning before the full-scale invasion was really a providential decision for our university. it prepared our community to withstand the turbulence of war. So the story begins 6 years ago, and in 2020, the first course based on service learning methodology was launched at UKU as part of the social work program. As part of this pilot project, students prepared a map of social infrastructure for Ukrainian veterans and servicemen. In the fall of 2020, the first months of service learning at UKU was held. This now annual event, held in November, includes a series of activities such as roundtables, training sessions, panel discussions, and project presentations. In 2021, the Service Learning Unit was established as part of the Center for Teaching and Learning Excellence. The center's mission is to support faculty in designing and implementing service learning projects, promote this methodology within and beyond the university, and build partnerships with international institutions. Every year, the center awards the best service learning projects and courses. Over the past 2 years, UKU has reached a significant milestone. Around 40 courses now incorporate the service learning methodology. This means that the majority of our bachelor and master programs provide students with opportunities to connect academic learning with community engagement, connected very meaningfully. Institutionalizing service learning is not only about growth in numbers of courses, students, faculty members, not only about visibility or even sustainability. For me, it is primarily about quality. High-quality service learning experience results from a situation when all three stakeholders of the process are well prepared and equipped: teachers, students, and community partners. Quality in service learning means that everyone involved understands its deeper purpose, not only to apply knowledge in practice, but to learn through meaningful engagement with the community and achieve a social change, to listen and to respond to real social needs in a reflective and meaningful way. At UKU, the number of faculty members, when we speak about faculty, prepared to apply the service learning approach continues to grow, supported by the university's consistent efforts to foster professional development and integrate this methodology into their teaching. Many teachers already have practical experience in social projects, cooperation with NGOs, and public service, which helps them to design courses rooted in real-life context. To stress quality in service learning, our university developed a methodology for course certification and manuals for the transformation of regular courses according to service learning requirements. We also provide ongoing mentoring for teachers. Student feedback gathered through reflections and surveys plays an important role in evaluating each course. Feedback from partners, NGOs, and municipalities is regularly collected through conversations and interviews, though not yet through formal research. So I spoke about teachers. Concerning students, UKU intentionally prepares students for service learning experience. From the first days of their studies, they are introduced to the idea of learning through service. During orientation week, newcomers learn about service learning through meetings with peers and mentors. Older students, we offer a mandatory course for freshmen, Basics of Social Projects, laying the foundation for designing social projects and project management. During a service learning month, we plan to hold an event for students to share their project stories. We would also like to expand student assistantships in service learning courses. Thirdly, when we speak about partners, community, NGOs, at UKU we primarily try to collaborate with the so-called warm partners, to ensure they are motivated to be good partners in solidarity service learning. For example, very often our students, alumni, or faculty with prior experience in NGOs or local government approach the university with ideas to work in these communities. However, before launching a course or projects, it is crucial to prepare a partner and map its needs. This was the case with, for example, the Kosovo community, a partner of UKU in the Serviu project. Our faculty visited the community, gathered a detailed assessment, and then designed courses tailored to its specific context. I would like to give you some examples of service learning courses. I have already mentioned the course which is called Basics of Social Projects for the first year students, which provides mentoring and hands-on experience. All course participants must choose one of 12 social issues needs and develop a project idea based on it under the guidance and mentorship of a senior student and supervision of the UKU volunteering lab. In the second semester, a group of students can implement best projects. Another example is a course, International Business and Global Markets. Within that course, the project, Ethical and Geopolitical Responsibility of International Companies was implemented. And it was marked by the active participation of students in putting pressure on international companies to make them withdraw from the Russian market during the war in Ukraine. Students wrote letters, published them on social networks, and created videos of appeals. During the semester, joint sessions with leading business schools, such as Copenhagen Business School and the University of Notre Dame Business School, were organized to discuss sanctions and their impact on global markets. In addition, students made corrections to Wikipedia pages regarding the position of companies towards the Russian war in Ukraine. The third course is Communities of Memory, which is an ongoing course. This course focuses on the role of cultural memory in times of war and drastic social transformation. In partnership with the Kosovo territorial community in the Ternopil region, fourth-year cultural studies students work on developing a youth cultural hub. This initiative serves as a platform for co-creation between students, local youth, artists, teachers, librarians, and community activists. In October, the first field session was held, where students participated in a local festival and conducted a panel discussion titled "What is Memory?" And there was a workshop on traditional dance as a way to restore cultural ties between generations. It is not only an academic experience, but also an act of solidarity, restoration of trust, and a joint search for senses in times of war. We also have different departments that collaborate with our programs, with our faculty members, to create service learning projects which are embedded in student education. For example, UKU Legal Clinic. It is a university-based center where law students, of course, under the supervision of faculty members and legal experts, provide free legal assistance to those in need. Since the beginning of the full-scale invasion, the clinic's main focus has been supporting military personnel, veterans, their families, and civilians affected by the war. In 24-25 academic year alone, the clinic has handled over 480 cases, from helping with compensation for treatment and rehabilitation to pensions, social benefits, and the legal status of veterans and people with disabilities. Beyond individual consultations, the clinic provides trainings for school students and collaborates with military hospitals and rehabilitation centers with wounded soldiers there. Secondly, rehabilitation services. UKU students in physical therapy and occupational therapy programs are actively involved in providing rehabilitation services under supervision of their teachers for veterans and their families at the UKU Medical Clinic, opened last year. Besides offering a modern approach to healthcare, UKU Medical Center offers a new culture of respectful, partnership-based interaction between doctors and patients. The clinic runs Veteran Plus program, which provides free medical, psychological, and rehabilitation support to military personnel and veterans. Over the past year, more than 200 veterans participated in the program. Thirdly, there is a counseling center, Poradnia at UKU, which was established as part of the university's mission to combine academic excellence with social responsibility. The center provides free psychological counseling to both members of the university community and to the public. Counseling is offered by master's students in clinical psychology under the supervision of experienced faculty members. This integration of academic study and practical experience allows students to apply their knowledge in real contexts while serving those in need. Consultations are provided mostly online, which allows people from regions far beyond Lviv to access psychological support. Last year, the center introduced specialized counseling for veterans and military personnel, training 50 counselors for this purpose. Over the past year, Poradnia supported more than 360 clients, conducted around 80 group sessions, and provided nearly 2,800 individual consultations. We are also very proud and grateful that we are part of the SERVIEW project within the framework of Erasmus Plus program. The SERVIEW project aims to strengthen synergies between Ukrainian higher education institutions and local municipalities to jointly promote Ukraine's recovery through the implementation of service learning. The SERVIEW project seeks to provide communities with effective solutions, resources, and expertise to address current challenges, taking into account the needs of 3 types of local communities affected by the war. I mean, communities hosting large numbers of internally displaced people, frontline communities whose infrastructure has been massively destroyed, and thirdly, communities that have survived Russian occupation and were deoccupied. The SERVIEW project holds particular importance for UKU. It has united us in partnership with Sumy State University, which is a university close to front lines, and Dnipro University of Technology. The collaboration allows us to learn from one another, share best practices, and develop a common vision for how Ukrainian universities can contribute to the country's recovery through service learning. Equally valuable is our cooperation with European partners, Catholic University of Eichstätt-Ingolstadt, Catholic University of Leuven, and Lumsa University, whose experience helps us align Ukraine's educational renewal with broader European standards and values. While looking ahead, I would say that there are a few things we plan to do to further strengthen the solidarity service learning approach across the university. The key priorities are the following: introducing service learning courses in every academic program and department, ensuring that each student completes 3 to 4 service learning courses during his or her studies, embedding service learning course experience as part of faculty members' professional development, building a community of educators engaged in this methodology and organizing regular exchange meetings to share experiences, creation of a centralized CRM system of all communities the university has collaborated with, which would help coordinate efforts across departments and optimize partnerships. And finally, the service learning pedagogy has had really transformative impact on both students and faculty at UKU during wartime. It helps students to develop social leadership qualities, made them appreciate the significance of solidarity during trial, Teachers, in turn, learn to see themselves as co-creators of social transformation, designing courses that engage real communities and real problems. This approach turns knowledge into lived experience, shaping both the mind and the heart. Solidarity service learning also became a tool to foster resilience. When students understand why they study, when their learning responds to an urgent social need, they regain their sense of agency and relevance of their studies. During the first years of the full-scale war, this approach helped us bring students back to university. They wanted to learn because learning itself became a meaningful act of service during the war. Today, Solidarity Service Learning continues to strengthen UKU's community, helping students and the university remain firm, purpose-oriented, and creative, even during the crisis. I would like to express my gratitude for your solidarity, for your support, for your being close to us during this time. We are very grateful that we could learn from you, but also share what we learned during this time of trial, during the war. I hope that you enjoy the symposium and that you will enjoy each other during this beautiful event. Thank you. All the best.
Thank you, Dr. Dubko, for your powerful and thoughtful contribution. I would like just to mention that several projects that Pantaras mentioned during his speech will be separately and more deeply presented during the simultaneous sessions. And now here is our symposium evaluation. I understand that it's too early because we just started, but we will remind you about it several times during these two days. And now a message for our online participants. Dear online participants, we will now have a coffee break, so please join us in 25 minutes with the same link. And for our on-site participants, a technical or organizational message, all coffee breaks will take place in the same place, here in foyer near the Holzersaal. So notwithstanding, are you coming back from simultaneous sessions? And after coffee break in 25 minutes, we are meeting here again. So please enjoy your coffee.
Have a seat, please. We will start in 1 minute. There are still people missing. So, I will welcome you after this coffee break to our today's morning panel, Building Resilience Through Service Learning Global University Dialogue. My name is Cristiano Hote Olano and I'm delighted to moderate this session. Today we will be exploring how service learning can foster resilience and social responsibility across university contexts around the world. We have now 4 distinguished speakers with us, each of whom will present about 15 minutes. And after the 4 presentations, we will have another 15 minutes for questions and discussions. So we start now with Brother Alejandro González Serna. He holds bachelor's and master's degrees in education, religious studies, and Lasallian studies. He also holds a PhD in education from La Salle Northwest University, and he is now Dean of the Faculty of Education at Bethlehem University, from where he promotes education for character and service learning. So a warm welcome. I'm very happy to have you here in this event. Brother Alejandro, the stage is yours.
Thank you very much for the invitation. And it's great to be here and feel this family vibe that unites us. I'd like to share with you a reflection, a very simple reflection around resilience and service learning. And I want to go to the higher calling of higher education, which I'm calling here truth, community, and redemption. So you have to bear with me. I'm going to set the stage and then propose a reflection from there. So, in the history of the world, the Catholic Church has been involved in education for many, many centuries. It started with monastic schools and people who wanted to become monks and priests, then cathedral schools, children that we wanted to teach how to sing and participate in the liturgies, then universities, then projects of formation of the elites, like the early Jesuit projects that were originally for the elites, but very soon became also for the poor. Then education for all, especially for the poor. And then we're trying to deal with education for a secular world. How, as a church, as a community of faith, do we do education for a secular world? So we are the largest non-governmental provider of education in the world. We have to keep that in mind. We're a huge network. And so, I think the Catholic Church goes into education in different scenarios. One is where there's no other education. So if there's no other option, you give the best education you can give, and that's enough. There's nothing else. There's a second scenario where there's no Christian options. There's other educational options, but not Christian. So your education has to be quality education with a Christian identity plus, offering something particularly Christian, value-based. Then there's places where there's other Christian options and the Catholic Church is still there. So we need to do a quality Christian Catholic education. We need to add something specific that makes it Catholic, that identity. And then there's other other instances, other contexts in which there's several Catholic educational options, and when that is the case, we need to do quality Christian Catholic and then embedded with your particular spirit, with the charism of your community, with the particular way you have to see the world. I think that's what we do. So I think this scheme can also be applied to service learning. We can do quality service learning, or we can do service learning qualified with some extra values, extra points of focus. Yeah? So there's a basic service learning, a best practice pedagogical framework, where service is the means of education, where we are meeting community needs and working with them. And in this case, I think resilience is formed as a byproduct of the contact with a hard reality, with a challenging reality. So the mechanism for resilience in this case is bringing the students to face hardship, or face to face with people who are going through hardship. But then if we want to make it a particularly Christian service learning, then we have to make of service an act of love, an act of compassion, and an act of discipleship. And if we want to do that, then resilience will come through relational commitment and purpose. It's not only the contact with the hard reality, but the contact, the human touch, the contact with the people who are suffering and coming to understand them and understand the world from them, that really changes our hearts. So the mechanism is getting to know the people, learning to care for them, truly. If we want to do a Catholic service learning, and of course these definitions, I'm just giving you a framework for reflection. It doesn't have to be the way. You can do your own way, but I'm proposing how it might work. So charity is called to become justice-seeking solidarity, as grounded in the social doctrine of the Church, yeah? Grounded in the preferential option for the poor, in human dignity, and the search for the common good. So resilience is built in the experiential connection of the human struggle with the narrative of human and Christian hope and transformation. We want to help these people, but we want to build a better world as well and do systemic change. So the mechanism is care for people. Each one of these stages include the preceding. Don't eliminate the preceding. They're building upon each other. So care for the people, prophetic views. What can be that we are not seeing now, but I see as possible and we can work towards. And an action towards changing systemic injustice. So then the charism informed, according to your orders or diocese or whatever institution, service as search, justice-seeking solidarity enriched with the specific views of the group you belong to, with your sensitivity, with your spirituality, with your focus. Yeah? You have particular hows and whys, and they make sense because they're really yours. And that's where you approach reality from. So resilience is enhanced by a more specific narrative of hope and a redemption of the oppressed, The mechanism is charism specific. So you'll have to define it in each of your institutions. For us, Lassallians, it would be fullness of life through community and education. Maybe for Franciscans, it would be kinship with creation and joyful simplicity. Maybe for Jesuits, it would be a constant discernment of the will of God. So you have to find it. But these, the Lassallian charism, the Franciscan charism, the Jesuit charism, does not belong to Lassallian Jesuits and Franciscans alone. They're gifts for the Church. Yeah, they belong to us all. So remember, these charisms and spiritualities are entrusted to congregations and to founders for the Church. So if you have them, share them. If you need them, you have the right to access them. So come to us, come to the people that have them and learn about it and enrich the experience of the education you give, of the service learning you promote. We at the Church don't strive for minimum, but for maximums. The model I was presenting is the minimum you have to do if there's no other school, the minimum you have to do if there's other Christian schools. But we don't want the minimum, we want more. We're aiming for the stars. So according to Pope Leo, Catholic education is one of the highest expressions of Christian charity, and Dilexit Nos. And then in drawing maps in the latest document, he says the concrete way in which the gospel becomes a gesture, a relationship, and a culture. That's education. Service learning can greatly help this come true. Bring education students in contact with culture, with relationships. So human resilience, remember, is more than bouncing back. It's a term that comes from physics, but in physics, it's just metal regaining its shape. In humans, it's not only that, we bounce forward. We're growing from it. We're becoming stronger because of this hardship. We don't end up the same as before. We become renewed. And because of that hardship, it becomes a narrative of hope. So beyond charity, we have to find solidarity. And that's why it's fantastic that Uniservitate has solidarity in its concept of service learning. Solidary service learning. Service learning puts the students in the crucible of reality. And so we build resilience through cognitive dissonance. Bring the students to question what they think they know, to realities that make them wonder what's happening. Why is this so? These people that the news outlets speak so evil about, why are they so good? Why am I finding in them new perspectives, new dreams? Then the church has the option for the oppressed. That is our cognitive dissonance. We bring the students to relational vulnerability, to get in touch with the people. It's not just an assistential project where I give a few dollars so somebody does something. I get personally involved and I learn to care about these people. Just like in the communion of saints, where the saints in heaven and we all on earth pray for each other and those who are deceased, and we are in this community together. And purposeful action, resilience in agency, because we can do something. In a world that seems super complex, in issues that seem impossible to solve, we teach our students through service learning that there's something, little as it can be, that they can do. And that change can start from them. Because we have a lot of people with this narrative of nothing can be done, it can be changed. But the people who's doing something, even if it's something very little, don't have that narrative anymore. So that's what we want to bring the students to. Small action. So in Palestine in particular, where I'm serving now, cognitive dissonance is because we teach human rights and international law, and that's not happening on the ground. It's a lie. And some of our students ask us, why do we have a course on human rights? Don't you see what's happening to us? Don't you see what's happening around? Well, I need that dissonance. I need you to make that question. And I need you to share that question with others. And I need you to hear that question from others and try to give answers to that if you can. To take small actions that do something about it. Yeah? Relational vulnerability, because we bring our students to contact with these realities, and our conflict has been there for so long, 75 years of oppression, that our students were born in this situation. And their parents and grandparents were dispossessed and displaced. But when we bring our students to work, for example, with Bedouin communities, they are being dispossessed and displaced now. And so our students get to relive and reconnect with the generational trauma that they have from their parents and grandparents, but they had not experienced personally. And now they come to understand the situation in a new way and to embrace their struggle in a new way. Purposeful action, teaching our students that service empowers them to act. We in Palestine have been on the receiving side of the spectrum for many years. Service learning is a powerful way to tell our students, you're not only in the receiving side of the spectrum, you can also give. There's something you can do. Nobody is so poor that there's nothing they can give. Nobody is so rich that there's nothing they need. And so this is what we're building. So bouncing forward, yeah? Building a future in spite of everything that's happening around us. Yeah? We plant trees in the desert, and olive trees actually grow there. So it's fantastic. Agency, giving the students the experience of we can do something. Community, they are not alone. We like to tell people you are not alone. But yes, our students need to know that they are not alone, but they need to tell others you are not alone either. Even if I feel alone sometimes, I want to be one with you who are suffering. I want to make myself one with you and with your quest. And giving them options. We choose to act with you. We choose to do something about it, small as it can be, what we can do today. Because what we will be able to do tomorrow will be greater. So we're building possibilities and the experience of agency. So students to graduate, we hope, will graduate seeking not only for successful careers, but for the realization of meaningful vocations. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Brother Alejandro. You can have a seat here or in the audience, and we come back for questions later on. So let's move on to our next speaker, Delma Cardoso from Brazil, and I will present him. So Delma Cardoso is Vice Rector of the Catholic University of Pernambuco in Brazil, where he has served as a professor of philosophy in both undergraduate and graduate programs since 2020. From 2021 to 2024, he held the position of Prorector of Community Affairs and University Extension. His academic work focuses on the history of ancient philosophy, ethics, philosophical anthropology, and metaphysics, combining intellectual inquiry with the Jesuit tradition of integral human formation. So we will now listen to his recorded speech, which is in Brazilian Portuguese, but with English subtitles, so be aware. And after that, we will continue. Thank you very much.
Saúdo a todas e todos que participam do 6º Simpósio Global Uniservitate. Sou o Padre Delmar Cardoso, vice-reitor da Universidade Católica de Pernambuco, e é uma alegria estar aqui partilhando com vocês algumas reflexões sobre o tema Fomentar a Resiliência através de Aprendizagem e Serviço, um diálogo universitário global, trazendo a experiência da nossa universidade, da Unicap. A América Latina é um continente historicamente marcado por desigualdades profundas, mas também por uma força de vida impressionante. No Brasil, especialmente na região Nordeste, onde estamos geograficamente localizados, convivemos com contrastes intensos, onde presenciamos lado a lado pobreza e criatividade, exclusão e solidariedade, sofrimento e esperança. Essa tensão é para todos nós um desafio e uma fonte de inspiração. É nesse chão que a Unicap, como universidade jesuíta e comunitária, a partir da pedagogia inaciana e do apostolado intelectual da Companhia de Jesus, tem desenvolvido a metodologia e, por que não, a filosofia educacional de aprendizagem e serviço, considerando a aprendizagem e serviço como uma importante ferramenta na integração entre a formação acadêmica e o compromisso social, entre a teoria e a prática, entre a universidade e a comunidade. Quando nossos quase 9.000 estudantes se encontram com comunidades ribeirinhas, mulheres de periferia, jovens das favelas e movimentos populares, nas iniciativas de aprendizagem e serviço, eles aprendem que o conhecimento não nasce apenas dos livros, mas da escuta, da convivência e do diálogo entre os seres humanos, com seus rostos e suas histórias. É nesse espaço que os estudantes e professores descobrem que o povo, na sua luta, na sua fé e vivendo a esperança é também formador. Nos projetos de aprendizagem e serviço, todos nós aprendemos com as pessoas que vivem na simplicidade, mas são mestres na experiência da vida e do cotidiano. Possuem, por assim dizer, um doutorado em resiliência, pois com força, fé e solidariedade vão superando os desafios que não param de aparecer em seus caminhos. No Nordeste do Brasil, a resiliência é quase um modo de ser. O povo nordestino transforma a seca da terra em arte, a falta de direitos básicos em invenção, a dor em poesia. Nas feiras populares, nas comunidades quilombolas, nas redes de solidariedade das periferias, encontramos mulheres negras que sustentam famílias inteiras, jovens que sonham, apesar das condições adversas, agricultores que resistem com sabedoria ancestral. Essa força inspira nossos estudantes e educadores. Essa força mostra que resiliência não é simplesmente resistir, mas é reinventar-se. O patrono da educação brasileira, Paulo Freire, nasceu no Recife, cidade onde estamos localizados, e dizia uma coisa importante: a educação é um ato de amor e, por isso, um ato de coragem. Ele também lembrava que não há educação neutra. Ela ou serve para libertar ou para domesticar. Inspirados em Paulo Freire, por meio de aprendizagem e serviço, buscamos essa educação que liberta. Uma educação que desperta o estudante para o sentido do mundo e para a dor do outro e para a necessidade de transformar a realidade. Quando o estudante se engaja em um projeto de extensão e vê o impacto do seu trabalho na vida de uma comunidade, ele compreende que aprender é também servir, e servir é também aprender. O saudoso Papa Francisco nos recordava que educar é um ato de esperança que convida à cooperação e à responsabilidade compartilhada. Ele também nos diz que não se pode educar sem caminhar junto com as pessoas que se educa e que a educação não pode ser neutra, ou é positiva ou é negativa, ou enriquece ou empobrece, ou ajuda a crescer ou corrompe. Essas palavras se aproximam muito daquilo que vivemos em aprendizagem e serviço. Educar para nós é caminhar juntos, é unir saberes, é permitir que o conhecimento universitário dialogue com o saber popular e que ambos se transformem mutuamente. Na Unicap temos experimentado esse caminho em projetos muito concretos. Estudantes de psicologia atuam em comunidades com sofrimento psíquico e social. Estudantes de engenharia desenvolvem soluções sustentáveis com e para as famílias em área de risco. Alunos de publicidade e propaganda aprendem a comunicar causas sociais. Estudantes de medicina participam de experiências de cuidado integral em territórios de vulnerabilidade. Em cada um desses encontros, nasce algo novo. Nasce um modo de aprender que se faz encontro, um modo de servir que se faz reflexão. Desde que a Unicap passou a fazer parte do programa Uniservitate, e assim conhecemos a aprendizagem e serviço, fomos percebendo que essa é uma pedagogia da resiliência. Ela ensina o estudante a lidar com a complexidade do mundo moderno, com o inesperado, com a diferença. Ensina a reconhecer os próprios limites e a importância de aprender com o outro. Ensina que o conhecimento só tem sentido quando se traduz em compromisso. E nesse processo, transforma tanto quem serve quanto quem é servido. Uma vez, Papa Francisco disse que, como a música, educar é como um coral, que sempre requer colaboração e rede. Nunca deve ser uma tarefa solitária nem autorreferencial. Essa visão dialoga com a proposta da Unicap de ser uma universidade em rede, aberta ao diálogo com outras instituições do Brasil e do mundo. Em nossa prática extensionista, onde aplicamos os princípios de aprendizagem e serviço, temos descoberto que a resiliência não se constrói isoladamente, mas em comunidade. Quando um estudante escuta o sofrimento de uma mãe que perdeu o emprego e, junto com ela, pensa alternativas, quando um grupo de jovens cria soluções tecnológicas para melhorar a vida das pessoas de uma comunidade, quando professores e lideranças populares refletem juntos sobre os direitos humanos e o cuidado com a casa comum, aí nasce uma educação transformadora. É nessa troca de dons e significados que a universidade cumpre sua missão mais profunda, a missão de transformar pessoas que, por sua vez, serão capazes de transformar o mundo. Para isso, como Jesus, precisamos ser radicais. Em um mundo onde o egoísmo, o individualismo e o imediatismo estão presentes, devemos propor uma existência baseada na escuta, na presença, no encontro, no diálogo, e aprendizagem e serviço tem se mostrado uma importante ferramenta para isso em nosso ambiente universitário. Aprendizagem e serviço concretiza essa visão ao propor uma relação horizontal, dialógica e transformadora entre estudantes, professores e comunidades. Como dizia o venerável Helder Câmara, grande bispo brasileiro, que gastou sua vida na defesa dos pobres e na promoção da justiça, não é possível ser verdadeiramente cristão e permanecer neutro diante da injustiça. Essa coragem profética de unir fé e justiça, espiritualidade e ação, inspira também a aprendizagem e serviço a ser mais que uma metodologia. Ela passa a ser um caminho de conversão pessoal e social, que forma sujeitos e sociedades capazes de amar com justiça e servir com esperança. Diante das desigualdades latino-americanas, a aprendizagem e serviço oferece um caminho pedagógico e espiritual. Pedagógico porque promove uma aprendizagem significativa baseada na experiência, na reflexão e na ação. Espiritual porque convoca o ser humano à compaixão, ao cuidado e ao compromisso com a vida. Essa dimensão espiritual não é religiosa, no sentido confissional, mas é profundamente humana. É o reconhecimento de que estamos ligados, de que o sofrimento do outro me diz respeito e de que não há verdadeira resiliência sem solidariedade. Fomentar a resiliência através de aprendizagem e serviço é, portanto, cultivar uma educação que não fuja da dor do mundo, mas que a abrace e a transforme. É fazer da universidade um espaço de esperança concreta, onde o saber e o serviço caminham juntos. É preciso que o estudante descubra, nas feridas do outro, o sentido de sua própria vocação. Toda essa transformação não é feita sem desafios. Vivemos um tempo em que formar pessoas resilientes se tornou um dos maiores desafios da educação. As redes sociais impõem aos jovens um ritmo acelerado de comparação e consumo, no qual o valor do ser é medido pela aparência e não pela profundidade. A lógica da exposição permanente, do cancelamento e da busca por validação instantânea fragiliza a subjetividade e enfraquece o sentido de coletividade. Além disso, assistimos àquilo que Hannah Arendt chamou de banalidade do mal, a naturalização da indiferença diante do sofrimento do outro, a perda da capacidade de se indignar e de se responsabilizar. Em meio a esse cenário, educar para a resiliência significa educar para o sentido, para o discernimento, para o cuidado. Mesmo diante desses desafios, a aprendizagem em serviço surge como uma possibilidade real, uma luz que pode iluminar o caminho de uma educação libertadora e transformadora. Ela convida o estudante a sair das bolhas virtuais, a reencontrar a realidade concreta do outro, despertando empatia, solidariedade e compromisso. Fazer lío, bagunça, barulho, como o Papa Francisco convocava as juventudes na JMJ do Rio. A unir reflexão e ação, aprendizagem e serviço recupera a dimensão humana do aprender. Assim, mesmo em meio à superficialidade e à dispersão do nosso tempo, a aprendizagem e serviço nos lembra que ainda é possível formar sujeitos inteiros, capazes de amar, resistir e transformar. Que possamos, como universidades católicas, continuar tecendo juntos essa rede de compromisso e ternura, construindo caminhos de resiliência que nascem do chão da vida. Que essa ousadia de Jesus, do Papa Francisco e de Paulo Freire continue nos movendo. Que a educação continue a ser um ato de esperança, de amor e de coragem. E que a aprendizagem e serviço continue a ser esse caminho de encontro, de transformação e de resiliência, de que o mundo tanto precisa. Como dizia o Padre Arrupe, antigo superior-geral da Companhia de Jesus, o nosso tempo exige homens e mulheres para os demais. Pessoas que não vivem voltadas para si mesmas, mas que sentem profundamente o chamado a servir. Essa é também a vocação das universidades comprometidas com aprendizagem e serviço. Formar pessoas competentes, conscientes, compassivas, comprometidas, capazes de colocar seus dons a serviço dos outros e de transformar, com esperança e ternura, as feridas do mundo, em sorriso, no presente e em sementes de futuro. Muito obrigado.
Muito obrigado, Delma Cardoso. We will now hear from Martin Bahati, whose talk will take us to the Democratic Republic of Congo. So a warm welcome to you, making the whole way to the Catholic University of Eichstätt-Ingolstadt. We are very happy to have you here. So Martin Bahati holds a PhD in sociology and is professor at Loyola University of Congo. He is former regional director of the Jesuit Refugee Service of the Great Lakes region of Africa, and he currently conducts much of his research in conflict resolution in Africa and more specifically in the Great Lakes region. With his experience, since 2025, he has been in charge of the training sector of the Arupi Social Center for Research and Training in Lubumbashi. So a warm welcome to you. We are happy to have you here.
Thank you so much for having me. I'll be talking about I'll be talking about the region, the Great Lakes region of Africa, the region which comprises Rwanda, Burundi, Congo, and Uganda. And I'm talking about the social pacts for peace and living together proposed by the churches, Catholic Church and the Protestant Church. Since the Rwandese genocide in 1994, the African Great Lake region remains deeply unstable due to armed conflict, ethnic rivalry, and the struggle for natural resources. So crises managed by politicians do not bring peace or solve the situation. On the contrary, they intensify and spread to other regions the problem we face after the genocide. So, 30 years later, after 30 years of instability and conflict, the Catholic and the Protestant churches have taken an ambitious and courageous initiative of proposing a social pact for peace and living together. And so far, this initiative has been the best after so many diplomatic meetings and whatever. So for Loyola University and other universities, this social pact for peace and living together has been the best. Why? Because churches in the region, especially the Catholic Church, remain strong, trustable, and reliable institution. Churches have the best infrastructure in terms of education, health, media, and social centers. And the church, Catholic Church, and the other churches, they are neutral in the conflict. Fourth, churches live and care for people who suffer from these crises. They proclaim messages of peace and reconciliation while denouncing injustice, violence, and divisive ethnicity ideology. But one must understand, behind the church proposals, there are forests of researchers, scholars, professors, and students who have deeply reflected and analyzed the issue, because so reliable university and schools are run by the church. The question we dealt with was, after 30 years of crisis, how can the social fabric be restored in a region ravaged by war and undermined by ethnic divisions? This region, as we know, they are related by lakes, rivers, culture, even the language. So after 30 years of crisis, of war, how can we restore the social fabric? That was the question we posed to the professors, even the students. And we come out with some objective of research in DRC and the Great Lakes region. We think that the social pact could promote lasting peace, strengthening social cohesion, encouraging coexistence, involving youth and women. We have 4 or 5 pillars of this social pact: peace building, conflict resolution, social cohesion and inclusion, civic education, awareness, community development, empowerment, and justice, right, and reconciliation. The citizen engagement strategy, grassroots consultation across provinces, Congo and the other region, in Rwanda, Burundi, and Uganda. We have those cross-consultation, youth forum, interfaith dialogue, and ethnic dialogue, digital platform for freedom, feedback, and mobilization, partnership with civil society and local leaders in the whole region, not only in one country, but in the whole region of the Great Lakes. We are expecting, since we are working on the project, we are expecting those outcomes. Reduction in local conflict and violence, increasing civil participation and trust, strengthen institution and community resilience, and share national narratives of unity. That's what we are expecting. The social part now in directly in a university, like in Loyola University, we think that the church social pact offers a framework for peace, justice, and reconciliation that can be scaled across the region, the whole region. Universities, as a center of knowledge and civic formation, are strategical platforms for embedding these values into the next generation of leaders. As some speakers had said, Jesuit universities, they prepare everywhere and always leaders. And we think the strategy will prepare for the region the next leaders, because the actual leaders, they have failed to bring peace in the region. So, at the level of institution framework, we are creating creation of a university peace committee. We have already that, composed by professors and whatever. Adoption of a university charter for peace. We have already done that. At the academic integration, we are trying to compose courses, mandatory and elective courses, based on ethnic and responsibility citizen, inter-region, ethnic dialogue, and the social cohesion, etc., etc. Promotion of research. We are giving scholarship right now for researchers who can focus, the students who can focus their thesis on topics on common community conflict, religious dialogue, inter-ethnic dialogue, etc. So we are promoting research in the university. At the level of student mobilization, we have right now, or we are trying to have clubs and associations, creation of peace ambassadors across the whole region, not only in one country, but those people, because it is difficult right now, students from Congo to study in Rwanda or in Burundi. Now we are creating these clubs and associations to talk with government. We are in dialogue with the government, and we are seeing if those students, they are ambassadors of peace, if they can go and give their own experience to other countries in the region. We have the cultural and the faith activities and the peace educator training. All students are learning from other regions like Sudan, Somalia, Ukraine, how we can form peer educator training. The Church Social Pact is vital in a university setting across the Great Lake region because it equips young leaders to break the cycles of violence, foster reconciliation, and build inclusive societies. We hope that, and we are working on that. Service learning had helped a lot, and how knowledge can be for the service of society. Universities are strategic spaces for healing and transformation on a region marked by decades of conflict. Because of talking, so many people are traumatized in the region. Universities, there is a space where those people can express themselves, where they can talk about what they cannot talk about in the society, normal society. And it is somehow scientific. So we think that universities are really spaces where those young people from everywhere, they can speak freely about what they are facing. So, integrating the Church Social Pact into university across the Great Lakes region is not just a moral imperative, it is a strategical investment in long-term peace, stability, and development. And in essence, the Church's Social Pact is more than a national initiative. It is a regional roadmap for healing, unity, and transformation. And we hope that service learning and what we are already doing will arrive on that. Thank you. Asante sana.
Thank you so much for this inspiring talk. And our next presentation comes from Miao Yu Cho, and she is an assistant professor in the Department of Nursing and director of the Service Learning Center at Fujian Catholic University in Taiwan. She earned her PhD in nursing from Case Western Reserve University in the US and holds both bachelor's and master's degrees in nursing from the National Defense Medical Center. She has over 15 years of experience integrating service learning into professional nursing education and leading international service learning programs, particularly in India. Her work emphasizes cultivating students' empathy, social responsibility, and global citizenship. So welcome, the stage is yours.
Good morning, everyone. It's such an honor for me to share with you today. Okay. I would like to talk about a short story first. When I was leading the empathy workshop, I noticed a student listen attentive to me, and her eyes bright. After the section, the student come to me. Thank you. She said once a time she took the course named Philosophy of Life, and she and classmates went to a residential center for the children with a disability. And they decide to draw with the kids. And she talked with the child, do you want blue color? But the child, no response. Then she tried again, how about red? The child, no response. Eventually, she found out the child was blind. So the student cried and told me, she regrets she didn't understand. So I found the student come to my workshop because she want to be a student leader in the Kerala. We went to India to do the service learning intervention, international service learning. I saw even the student feel this kind of frustration, but she really want to change and open her mind. So this kind of situation is a resilience. So I want to show you about the model of the, we want to have the capacity for students in Furen Catholic University. Because through the service learning, we want students, they are generally in their mind, and they have the resilience to overcome the difficulty. And they do the action with accountability, and they have the creative action and all concerned about empathy. So that's our model in Furen Catholic University. Since our president Len, he said we need to build up students this capacity to meet the future world. I would like to share you about the through real-world service learning. Students, they can understand when they suffer from the uncertainty, frustration, or emotional change. Especially sometimes students feel, am I right? Am I doing right? Because sometimes when they go to the site, they find the situation is not their plan. So they need to do flexibility and change a lot. So we need to have the supported network with peers and the school. I would like to share you in my school, we have several courses. We have the service learning. There are two parts. One is holistic education, introduction of university life and philosophy of life. The second is professional service learning. It depends on different departments. So I think the service learning, the most important key is the teacher, the faculty. If they want to design the opportunity for students, they will be very important. But we need to understand some faculty, they are afraid because they don't have time and they are worried about their get promotion, they need to do the research and get publication. So this kind of situation we need to understand, we need to help the teacher. So in my school, we have the introduction of university life for the first year, freshman. It's 2 credit hours. And the philosophy of life is for sophomore students, is for 4 credit hours. But not all students need to do the service learning. It depends on the faculty. They want students have this opportunity. The other is a curriculum. We have the professional courses. It also depends on the faculty. But in my school, we have a lot of incentive, especially we have some money for the faculty. They can have the teaching aid and some like insurance, that kind of stuff. So we also have our center to support the faculty how to design and communicate with the community. So it's easier for the faculty to under our support. I would like to say in next month we will have this book, and it's kind of model cases from a different department, and all the faculty they like to share what they did and how to design the service and how to do the reflection and how to overcome the difficulties. So we have this book published, and is kind of guidebook for the new faculty to learn. In addition, we also have the faculty study group. We recruit some faculty. They are more passionate. They want to be some different teacher. So we recruit them, and it's like a mentorship. We encourage the teacher, you just follow, and we will encourage. If you are not okay, we wait for you. So we have this kind of faculties group, and every time we're talking about how to increase students' motivation, how to do the reflection. So it's kind of good network in campus. Besides, we also have so many training. We're talking about the social responsibility, SDGs, and even the service learning, how to imply to like a high school, anything. In my school, I would like to say it's very good project. It's an interdisciplinary project. We're looking for the youth, the kids' safety, because some kids, they are vulnerable family, so was fire and burned and die. So I think it's important we need to build up the kids, their self-care. So we have this kind of team. We went to the after school and to the primary school to teach how to prevent the danger. This is a service training process in my school. Because we have several service learning projects for domestic service learning and international service learning. It's kind of willing, and students are motivated and proactive to be this kind of service learning. So our school will give students 2 credit hours for the self-directed learning courses, 3 credit hours for the international service learning credit hours. So students, they want to go from campus to the community or to the world. So we encourage students to participate in this training process. So I'd like to say something about we train students to be a leader. They have so many challenges outside. They need to build out the team, how to cooperate together, how to communicate. So I think it's more important. They are not alone, they are a team. So our students also go to the international. For example, we went to the India, Africa, Tanzania, and Mongolia, and Vienna. Every time during the summer time, students, they need to prepare half year, and they stay in the overseas country about 3 weeks. Students, they live together, and they fight for their emotional, because the culture shock, or they need to adapt. And some students told me they are missing their mommy and daddy. So it's a kind of challenge for them. But after the student feel they can be a good student, they can do something. So I think it's a good program for students, especially in my school. Students, they appreciate this kind of training project. We also send students to the Petra Christian University for the community outreach. They have the society environment building. They work together and live in a home house, and students, they live there alone, but they are very good. They struggle with the culture and the communication barrier. But finally, students, they build up their resilience. So I want to share this is the International Service Learning Program map in my school. We send students to overseas to so many countries, not because we want students to learn, because some students, they live in the comfort zone. If them to there, they realize, wow, in Taiwan is so beautiful, a beautiful island, we need to cherish anything. But it's important, the resilience. They will go down and get up and realize they will be a good person. Okay, so I'm so happy we have so many alliances in Taiwan. We share the service learning impact research, and every year we take turn to operate, to host the conference, so we learn a lot. And I also want to say Uniservitate, especially our hub, support us training, and we know what we will do. And in the future, the student will take the responsibility for the future. Okay, I will some strategy to developing resilience. The first one is reflection and self-awareness, because we need to help students to identify strengths and reframe their negative feeling, especially when they face the difficulty and they need to change. The second is emotional regulation. We suggest students they can write a journey, and they can adjust their mindfulness, and they need to manage the stress. And we build in support network, and real-world problem solving is very important. Reflection as a path to transformation, as I want to tell everybody, I think the reflection we can choose several times, several methods, but it's essential to both service learning and resilience development. So students can express reflection in diverse. For example, we suggest students you can take a photo and capture the meaningful moment and say at the time how you feel, what's in your inside, writing a short reflection, something like that. So I think it's important for students to connect to people, connect to themselves, and inside themselves. So conclusion, I would like to say service learning builds resilience both individual and community level. Students learn to recover from setback, so many frustrations, but they will grow up. So resilience is not built in comfort, it's built through connection, challenge, and care. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for this presentation. I kindly ask the speakers to come in front and join us to have a 10 minutes time slot for questions and comments. We have the microphone here, so I would like to thank you first of all for these engaging and insightful contributions, and I'm sure that we have questions and comments in the audience.
Yeah, maybe I start as an icebreaker here. I just returned from the US, 5 weeks guest staying in the Santa Clara University Miller Center, and we work with entrepreneurs entrepreneurs from the Silicon Valley who mentor young social impact founders from the Global South. And this is a similar thing which we do with our students in Ingolstadt, but we wanted to also know a little bit more. Did they also, and we talked about that a lot here and even in the first presentation, it's not only service that I provide something to the other, but can I also receive something? Is it really an interactive process in which the mentors or the service agents are also receiving something? And so we did interviews with the mentors and tried to explicitly ask also that question. Was it really an interactive? Did you also learn something from these young social impact startups there from Africa, Latin America or so? And these were accomplished founders, who had already sold their companies for double-digit million, to the Google or so. So these were accomplished founders, but could they also learn something from these students? And some of them, to cut a long story short, some of them said no, and then did not respond to that, especially those from the finance sector, by the way. They only saw their role in making the startups fit to pitch, in front of potential donors. But some did, yes. I learned a lot also from them, and I learned from that applying this idea in this completely different context is also changing a little bit the concept itself. So it's really an interactive. So I would like to ask you, and you also mentioned it in your final presentation, what are techniques from your perspective to really strengthen these self-reflectiveness among students? Even if we want to, because we also wanted to introduce in our own courses, we are very strong on the impact side. In a business school, we always want to create impact. But how can we also better kind of stimulate, let's say, the self-reflectiveness of our service learning students?
Sorry. In my course, its title is Death and Life. Life and Death. In my school, I'm an assistant professor in the Department of Nursing. So we want to build up students to be a good nurse. They can care of the people with empathy. So we talk students. If the patient with breast cancer, the woman will get chemotherapy. But the chemotherapy will make the woman hair loss. It's kind of a body image change. But when we introduce some breast cancer women into our classroom, we separate 5 students in a group, total 10 groups. The woman told my student, it's not just hair loss, it's kind of someone grabs your hair. It's painful, it's suffering. And even we try to help the women increase their white blood count. We need to get them injection. The woman told my student, the injection is very painful, your bone open. So it's not in the textbook, it's from the voice, from the suffering woman. So my students understand their suffering and draw a picture book, a whole book for the patient. They share their story, and my students understand their suffering and write down and make a picture book for the woman, then write a gift to the woman. So the breast cancer woman, when they receive the service gift from my student, they realize their life, they can transfer their meaning to my student, especially they will be a nurse. They will understand the patient's pain, not just outside, it's inside. So I think I use this strategy to help students understand, not just when you go to the society, to the community, to be a social man, to be a nurse, you begin to understand. You need to train in the classroom, and you need to go outside. You need to go to the community to understand the people. They are not usually you can meet, especially the vulnerable family kids. You need to understand. So my students, they appreciate what I did and I suggest. So I think I did a good job. Thank you.
The students in the Great Lakes region, they are really different from us professors or adults. First, they are fast and they use internet. Their communication, they are really fast. They look at the conflict in the region differently than us. They are more flexible. They can find solution quickly. For us, as a Jesuit also, we take time to discern, to look at the things, and it can take years. But for them, with internet, they can directly consult others, and they found a solution directly. So we are learning. We learn a lot from them. We're still learning because for them the conflict can be solved directly. Maybe we need one generation to pass, but maybe the other generation will do better than us. Yeah.
I would say it's necessary to integrate this reflectiveness and these questions more than once in the process, make them constant. I would suggest that at the very least, a true service learning project that aims to be connected like this with society requires these reflection questions to be there at least for the planning once, for the implementation once, and for the evaluation once. So at least 3 times during the process. I've used the method of prayer of my founder as a way to integrate those, because he has a way to lead our attention to different aspects of reality of life that I found useful as adapted to service learning. But you can find in your tradition or develop your own models, your own tools to make it happen. But I think what's going to make the students reflective is that we teach them that reflectiveness is not an end part of a task, but a life attitude. We teach them throughout the curricula and in all courses, not only in service learning, to make questions and to think, what am I learning? How am I changing? What am I discovering? So I think that's the point, to make it more constant, to make it always present. So the mind of the students, little by little, starts developing their own reflectiveness and making it natural. So once we stop making the questions, they graduate and they go through life making those questions.
Thank you very much. Do we have more questions? Yeah, Simona?
Hello, thank you very much for the impressive ideas. I was wondering, and especially Alejandro, you said the Catholic service learning, and I was wondering if it's necessary to label service learning like this, because Padre Cardoso, he said, there is no need to confessional spirituality, because I think, in my opinion, we need all for transforming the world, all religions, and so I have the question, is there a need to label it Catholic service learning?
There's certainly no need to label it Catholic. And we shouldn't label it Catholic if it's going to make it sectarian. When we put the tag Catholic on it, it's not because we want to leave people aside, but because we recognize there's something about the Catholic ethos that might enrich the experience. So if I tell you hummus is Palestinian, maybe you tell me, oh, don't call it Palestinian, call it Middle Eastern, and so we all accept it better, and it's not political. But it is. What if I'm making it in a Palestinian way? We shouldn't be so doubtful and nervous about calling it what it is. And that's the narrative we have in the world. We need peoples to recognize their identity, to speak about it. So I would say, for us as Catholic universities, as Catholic institutions, we should recognize there's a wealth in our Catholic tradition that informs what we do in service learning. And we shouldn't be afraid to call it Catholic. But we need, when we are in dialogue with other people that might think this label of Catholic excludes them, we need to get into that conversation and give them not only the theory or the explanation, but the experience that when I call it Catholic is open, embracing, and offering something to you, something of value. So that's where I'm coming from.
Thank you very much. We have time for one more question. Yes.
So maybe 2 more questions, because we have some in the chat, and I would...
Is it good? Good afternoon or good morning? I'm confused of our time. So I hope from the other speaker from online, from Brazil, must be here, because I appreciate the whole presentations coming from different regions, Middle East, Africa, and Asia, Oceania, and Latin America. And I think every region, there are originalities, how to conduct service learning and in terms of institutions. But I'm very interested how the Catholic universities tried to really make dialogues with the grassroots in the communities. Now, in social sciences, for example, coming from social sciences, from the global south, social sciences, the trend now is to decolonize the approach. And I think even the service learning movement now is trying to decolonize the educational system, because we tend to own the Western way of doing education and teaching. But considering the grassroots approach, from the bottom-up approach, we're trying to decolonize the way we teach, the way we learn, and the way we serve communities. And there are political implications of this. So what are your views on from what I have mentioned? Thank you.
Thank you very much. Maybe a short statement, because we have one more question.
I try to answer your question. In my school, we have a lot of faculty that don't want to do service learning, because some students complain about service learning not useful. So they change to have some project like a university social responsibility. They got so many money. But in students' mind, I already pay the tuition. Why I need to pay for the university responsibility? That's your faculty's responsibility, not my student. But the faculty will use the component of service learning, preparation, the need assessment, follow like the service, but they don't have reflection. So it's kind of different. So in my mind, I think service learning is a good teaching method. We need to help students have the opportunity to do the reflection. I think it's more important. But currently, we are the technology world. Students, they use their computer, their cell phone to have the AI. So AI can be the tool to help students to gather the information before the service. But sometimes it's not correct. So students need to be more clear about what they really want to understand. And in my school, I'm a coach of the design thinking. We want students to more empathy about the patient, so we need to do the empathy map, the personal type. We need to understand the real needs. So I think the most important, why we need to do service learning, because we found there's someone need. But it's not because we are up, they are low. It's mutual caregiver. It's like connection. So we have the empathy, we have we care about, we concern about, we have compassion. So we want to do something. So I think this kind of attitude, the spirit is important. We need to deliver to students because we will get old, but students will be in the future leader. That's my opinion. Thank you.
So for us, we are trying to impact the young to think by themselves. Their engagement in the socials, it is themselves who are taking the step forward. So it is difficult because we are running like two programs, the ancient program and the Reform One program of education. So the most important for now is how we can bring the young students, and as we said here, we are learning from them, and we bring what we have, even if it is in the ancient system, how we can bring them at the level where they can think and do things by themselves. Yeah.
I would say it's a bit connected to my last response, but in this way. I think the worst decolonial project we can make is one where we, foreigners or people from the outside, come to the people suffering colonialism and tell them what they have to get rid of because it's colonial. These people are not the same people that were colonized in the first place. They've changed, they've learned, they've adopted things. And there's things that maybe in the process they made their own. So I think if we have to be in contact, if we want to be in contact with grassroots movements and the people on the field, it's an active listening exercise. Listen to them all the time. Try to get rid of your own preconceptions, of your own schemata and everything you have in your head, and actually listen. And make that listening be impactful for your project. Be willing to change things of the project, objectives of the project, methodologies of the project, according to what you hear. If we're able to do that, then we will truly be working with the people and not only for the people.
Thank you for those replies. That's all about the reflections. So I am Father Joseph from Christ University, Bangalore, India. So it's normal through these reflections and faculty leadership programs, our service learning programs become more meaningful to the students. I just wanted to ask you something which is maybe an exception. We have maybe 70 to 80 students who are well motivated to take up service learning in the curriculum. But there are, of course, at this age, adolescents, 10 to 20% of them, not so motivated. So what is that we are able to take up some of the measures or workshops to motivate them, especially this 10 to 20% of students who are not true to the sense or philosophy of service learning. Thank you.
As I say, I think service learning is not only one can do, it's kind of teamwork. So in my classroom, I always divide students. They need to find their partner. They need to build up the relationship into the classroom. So during the conversation, the dialogue, they realize service learning is what they want to do. But sometimes the students, they have so many things to do. Some students after class, they need to have the part-time job for earn their scholarship. So I would suggest students, they can divide to some students like an indirect service. They prepare the material, what they want to provide. They collect the data, the needs assessment, and some students will really go to for the direct service to the site visit, and other students will do support. So students, they will divide their job, their role, and they will have a good team cooperation and communication. So some students were influenced by their partnership. They say, okay, we will go together, even I don't want to do, even I resistant. But I always told students, I know you are resistant, but you did a very good job. I encourage you students, I appreciate students. I always admire their time, so students, they will change their mind. So I think the faculty, the teacher is key. You need to work with students. You not just open your mouth, say go to do service. You need to go with them and help them and always stand by them. So as students find we are together, we are the team. Teacher not always teacher. Teacher is our partner. So student will be changed. Thank you.
Thank you very much for this fruitful discussion and again for the speakers to share, for sharing their inspiring insights. And now we continue with our second keynote by Maria Nieves-Tapia, and before I introduce her to the audience, I would spontaneously make a short comment and will now switch for 1 minute into Spanish, and after that I will translate it. I don't know if we can see Nieves already. Is she on the screen? Yes, so. Okay. Happy to see you. Nieves, antes de empezar voy a hacer un breve comentario en español porque conozco tu posición y la política en ese proyecto y quiero mencionar que este maravilloso proyecto es un programa que no conoce jerarquías en cuanto a los idiomas. Entonces, no ponemos nunca el inglés encima del español, del castellano. Y agradezco muchísimo tu flexibilidad en compartir tu conocimiento ahora y tus mensajes importantes en inglés, porque la mayoría del público acá en Eichstätt entiende mejor en inglés. Y te lo agradezco, pero quiero hacer ese breve comentario porque, como sabemos, tenemos un programa con muchísimos idiomas y el castellano es igual de importante como el inglés. So I just mentioned that Nieves will now talk in English, but I would like to mention that within this program there are no hierarchies regarding the language, and I really want to underline that in this program, Uniservitate, we count with Spanish on an equal level as English, so that is something I want to highlight here. And of course, she will now switch into English to tell us her important message when it comes to service learning in this program. So thank you very much. And now I will introduce you, Nieves, and it's a great pleasure to welcome you here, the founder and director of CLISE, the Latin American Center for Solidarity Service Learning, a pioneer and leading voice in the field of service learning and civic engagement. Nieves-Tapia has inspired educators and students across the globe to link knowledge with social commitment. From 1997 to 2010, she led Argentina's national service learning programs at the Ministry of Education. She's the author of 11 books, maybe even more, and more than 100 articles written in Spanish, English, Portuguese, and Italian. Her work has been recognized internationally. Beyond academia, Nieves has played an active role in faith-based initiatives, including contributions to the Vatican's Global Compact on Education. Please join me in warming welcoming Maria Nieves-Tapia, whose keynote will remind us that education becomes truly transformative when it is rooted in solidarity and service. So welcome to you.
Thank you so much, Christian. I'm so happy to see you still here with us, no matter that you are now living somewhere else. So it's really a pleasure to be able to be with you. Thanks to the technology, I would have loved to be present physically with you, but you already have Maria Rosa and Andres, and I needed to be in Buenos Aires for other engagements this afternoon. So I'm really sorry I'm not there, because I've seen so many dear faces and so many dear people. I would have liked to fly and embrace each and every one of you. But so here we are. As we are a family, I will confess that I learned that I had to speak in English only an hour ago. And so my PowerPoint will be kind of a mix of English and Spanish. I hope you will excuse me for that. So I will share a presentation now. I hope you are now seeing the presentation correctly. So I wanted to introduce this fragility context from a very specific perspective. I think we have heard in the previous panel the true state of the world, so many conflicts, so many difficult situations, from wars, social inequality, cultural clashes, and I think we all know the situation around those issues, and we all know how challenged we are as educational institutions by this new wave of digital culture, where our students are natives, and we are, most of all, except the youngest, immigrants to this world. And I think the first thing we have to recognize as educators is that we are navigating a world we don't grew up in. And in that sense, we are in a very different position to our students. We are immigrants in the digital world, and they are the native ones. And they have been born in this world of trolls, echo chambers, deepfakes. I always say, as a historian, you should check your sources. But I saw in Facebook this picture of Phil Collins and Paul McCartney. And as I know, one of my sisters is a big fan of Phil Collins, I sent it to her and tell, I know, I see that Phil Collins is dying, and Paul McCartney went to the hospital and sang Hey Shoot for him. It's so touching. And my younger sister told me, but are you stupid? That's a fake. And you should check your sources. So it's difficult for us to navigate this new world. And it's difficult for universities. And I have this clip from the New York Times saying that many universities in the US frustrated because their students ask for a final paper for the course. They just copy and paste from ChatGPT or the AI available. They decided that to stop cheating, they will go back to the old forms and bought thousands of these blue books they used to give for the final tests, and they have students in isolated classrooms without the internet, so they cannot cheat. And I don't think that going back is always the solution, even for the cheating crisis. I think that the new technologies, once they are established, they are here, and we cannot go back to the times before the Industrial Revolution, and we cannot go back to a time without the internet. we need to learn how to navigate it. And in that sense, I think that the new challenges require education pay a little less attention to the contents that students can find in their cell phones and build a more solid education around empathy, cooperation, and solidarity against the troll culture, to develop an autonomous, reflexive, and critical thought to help them navigate the echo chambers and the fake news. And finally, we have to be very intentional in promoting a culture of personal initiative and agency, creativity, and effort. And we all know that these are strengths of service learning. If I think service learning has been very important in the past century, but now it's more important than ever, because service learning provides the kind of education you cannot find in ChatGPT or in the kind of artificial intelligence you use. So going for that, I think that we should be more and more eager to integrate new technologies, but also being very careful, because as happened with the Industrial Revolution, it was something new, and at the beginning there was a lot of abuse, kids 6-year-old working in the mines, people working 12 hours without rest, and with the new digital world, there are a lot of abuse, a lot of trespassing with intellectual property, a lot of dangers that we are aware of, but cannot stop us to try to integrate it. So I brought this experience that was presented in our last conference in Buenos Aires. These are teenagers starting to become technicians in information and communication. And they have a curriculum space called empathizing. And in this space, they have to use technology in solidarity projects. Basically, sorry, basically, it's a service learning space. And one of the things they did was they got in touch with one of their teachers who was suffering multiple sclerosis. And so they decided to do some research about that and see if they could do something to help people with this disease. And they interviewed doctors and people in the NGO taking care of this disease. And they realized that an early detection of the disease is key for the quality of life of the patient. So they use artificial intelligence to develop a system of early detection for multiple sclerosis. And to do that, they had to develop empathy and solidarity and work with real people and real communities, and then use the artificial intelligence to serve them. And now this tool is being used for a lot of doctors in Buenos Aires to help an early diagnosis of multiple sclerosis. I found extraordinary the way these kids explain to adults how they have tried and by error and achievement finally design this tool, because they were not only using high technology, they were developing a lot of very human and very basic skills like patience, resiliency, and the capacity of serving others. So I think, as I was saying, service learning is exactly for these times, for these fragile, conflictive times. And we know that UNESCO has recognized that when in the document on reimagining together our futures a new contract on education. They said, in a new social contract for education, pedagogy should be rooted in cooperation and solidarity, building the capacities of students and teachers to work together in trust to transform the world. Those of us who have been working in service learning for 30 years or more are very happy that now UNESCO recognizes it as the pedagogy of the future. And we are also very happy, and many of us have been with Pope Francis last year, and we know he was a very strong supporter of service learning. And in the Global Compact of Education, one of the things he says in the introduction is we need the courage to put the person in the center, we need the courage to be creative and take initiative, and we need the courage to train individuals who are ready to offer themselves in service to the community. So service learning is in the heart of the education for all and also in the call of the church. I think we have to recognize that one of the characteristics of service learning that is more and more important in this context is the fact that a community is not only a place to serve, community is also a learning space. UNESCO says very beautiful that service learning and community engagement soften the walls between classrooms and community, challenge students' assumptions, and connect them with broader system processes and experiences beyond their own experiences. In the panel before, somebody said that the students reading in internet about the reality of the community before going, and then they found reality and they have to distinguish the theory and the fake news from reality. This exercise of reality check is more and more important for this generation. And I think this is one of the biggest assets of service learning in the times we are living, that we are required to use the books, use the internet, but check it against the reality of our communities every day. So we can take our assumptions and compare them with other people's assumptions, and we learn to dialogue with the community. In a world that seems that you cannot have certain kind of conversations anymore, even in your family, because opinions are so polarized, working with the community is a great training to build a culture of dialogue, to build a culture of peace, to build a culture of trying to understand each other outside our own echo chamber. We've all remember, many of us had the privilege to be in Rome a year ago with Pope Francis, and he told us that service learning is fostering a sense of communal responsibility on the part of students through social projects that are an integral part of your academic program. We have a service learning definition by Pope Francis. But I like what he said after that. In this way, Catholic educational institutions live up to their name. For any school or university, being Catholic is more than having a distinguished adjective in its name. It signifies a commitment to cultivating a distinctive pedagogical style and teaching consistent with the teachings of the gospel. And he told us he thought that Uniservitate was doing a great job incarnating the Global Compact of Education. I think, and I heard the question before, I think service learning is a universal pedagogy, and many of the things we say are valid for any kind of institution. But I think it's also true that for Catholic institutions, service learning is more an imperative than for anybody else if we are going to have a distinctive pedagogical style and teaching consistent with the teachings of the gospel. If our faith, if Christianity has to be distinguished by the love of our neighbors, of the love of the others, our universities should be teaching and reflecting that love as a central part of our identity, of our not only institutional declarations, but our pedagogical and living style. And you know, you heard about that in the introduction table, but I wanted to go back to what Pope Leo said about service learning. It made us very happy during the Jubilee of Education to know that Pope Leo is continuing Pope Francis' thoughts also around service learning. And I think, and that's why I started with the question of the digital world, because I think it's very significant that the two mentions Pope Leo introduced on service learning in his apostolic letter, one is, it mentions service learning as one of the stars in the constellation of education. But the other mention is including around technologies. And he says technologies must serve, not replace the person. They must enrich the learning process, not impoverish relationships and communities. A university and a Catholic school without vision risk soulless efficiency, the standardization of knowledge, which then becomes spiritual impoverishment. We have made a great effort in Uniservitate to be conscious of the spiritual dimension of service, and I think we all feel very comfortable with this affirmation of Pope Leo. And so he says, pastoral creativity is needed in order to inhabit these spaces, these new spaces in the digital world. And he recommends strengthening the formation of teachers, including in the digital sphere, enhancing active teaching, promoting service learning and responsible citizenship, and avoiding any technophobia. I think we can agree with Pope Leo that service learning is very useful for many things, but it's crucial in the times we are living to counterbalance the hyper-technology world, the world of the virtual with the world of the real. So in that sense, and I'm trying to be quick, I think we have a very important responsibility, more than ever, to showcase quality service learning. And I wanted to go back to basics to refresh the difference between service learning and other kinds of going outside the university. We can go outside, we can go to the community for different reasons. And I'm using this tool that many of you already know, the quadrants of service learning, originally designed in Stanford University. The axis of service measures from the lowest and the highest quality service, and the horizontal axis measure lower to higher learning. And that defines these four quadrants. In the lowest quadrants, we have outings to the field to learn. Field trips have been done for more than a century. You go, you study reality, go back to university and present a paper. And many times we don't even bother to tell the community what you learn about them. And that's why some communities are not very keen to receive universities in the midst. In the other On the hand, we have what we call occasional or systematic solidarity initiatives. The typical campaigns. There's a flood, we collect things for people affected. There's a tsunami, we try to help. And these are like explosions of solidarity, and everybody is all hands in deck. But the goal is to serve and not really to learn anything about that in general. Then we have extension, volunteering, institutional programs that provide a service to the community but has no curriculum link. The typical thing, we Habitat for Humanity, we all go and build houses, no matter if you're studying medicine, architecture, or history. And then we have service learning. In service learning, you have the academic rigor of a field trip with the passion, the solidarity, the wanting to serve that you have in the volunteering or solidarity initiatives. I choose an Asian university, which is not Catholic. It's a public Muslim university, the University of Malaysia, UKM, where I saw very clearly how they have all these 4 quadrants in the university, because we cannot be so narrow-minded to think that the only thing that the university can do is service learning. So I found interesting that they had field trips where biology students went to study at the Geoforest Park near to the university and learn about the ecosystem. But they went there to learn from the scientists who are working in this Geoforest Park. In Malaysia, they suffer a big tsunami, so students organized to help clean after the tsunami and help the families most affected. Because of that experience, after the tsunami, the university decided to make, to organize a service corps, a voluntary service corps that provides credits for students dedicating their time to this activity, where students from different careers got the training on how to address an emergency like a tsunami and be ready and be prepared to serve their communities in the circumstances. Of course, they learn a lot of things, but not necessarily linked to their professional profile. Instead, they had plenty of wonderful service learning projects in UKM, at least at the time I visited them. And I love this example of medical students that have credits in ophthalmology by participating in a national campaign that twice a year the government asks universities to help in these campaigns to go to rural areas, isolated population who doesn't access normally to medical attention, to control the site, offer free classes, and help people in this health issue. It's a great professional training for the students, and it's a great service for the community. And when we have this high quality of service and high quality of learning is when we really are talking about service learning. We know that even if it can have different names, different acronyms, or it's called in different ways in different parts of the world, we recognize what we call solidarity service learning when the projects are working with the community and not only for it, when there's active student engagement and leadership, and where learning contents are intentionally linked to social activities. And learning includes the curriculum contents, the capacity for research, the reflection on the practice, and the developing of citizenship and job skills. I put the symbols there because we understand, by definition, service learning is an integral form of education that embraces hearts, hands, and heads, hands, and hearts, like Pestalozzi used to say, and Pope Francis and Pope Leo are claiming us, reclaiming us to be aware of this need of integral education. So I will just say one word about solidarity because I'm running out of time. I would like to mention a thing that UNESCO document says that service learning should be free of paternalism. And we know, especially in certain parts of the world, paternalism is difficult to avoid. And so I said, I would like to say in these images, the temptation of paternalism is a temptation of seeing those in need as passive recipients of what we want to give. We can be very well-meaning and have the best of intentions, but even without wanting it, we are putting the other person in an inferior situation as a person that should be quiet and grateful and receive whatever I want to give. And that's not real solidarity. Solidarity recognizes the dignity of the other and listens to the other and learns to learn from the other. The second temptation is the parachuting temptation. We want to go out and we go to the community without taking the necessary time first to interview the leaders of the community, to listen from them, what are the real needs of the community, in what way university can really help. There are lots of well-meaning projects where the universities and the schools give the community what they think they should be needing, but in reality is what is convenient for us to give. And many times we know a lot of experience of volunteerism where the attitude is more like a tourist that arrive to a place they want to know, but not really serving efficiently because they don't know enough about the place to be really useful. And finally, the temptation of what is called in English the white savior complex. I have found that the savior complex can be found in brown and yellow and many colors, not just white. Basically, it means, as in Game of Thrones, that you want to free the people, you want what's best for them, but you have to tell them what's exactly the best for them. And you are going to save them whether they want it or not. And I think that we know plenty of examples in so-called international cooperation when the powerful countries provide help that implies submission and accepting conditions that are not always for the good of the people. So when we talk about solidarity, we talk of a service that's free of paternalism and who recognize the dignity of the other. It's a horizontal relationship that work together with the other. Going back to the quality of service learning, we also have to recognize that this is a road, an itinerary we have to walk through, that sometimes there are projects that are born like excellent projects where service and learning are equally strong and strongly related and are significant for the community and for the learners. But it's true also that sometimes our projects have more service than learning or more learning than service. And sometimes we have very little learning and very little service. But I want to understand this not as a judgment or an evaluation only, but as a process. because sometimes you have the capacity and the institutional support to start a project which is from the very beginning a quality service learning projects, and sometimes it's a process, and you start with something that's barely service learning, but you can grow up to become quality service learning. And I think that one of the wonderful things of Uniservitate is that we are all together in this road, and we can help each other with each other's experiences to get better in what we are doing. So finally, we are presenting officially in this symposium my 12th book, a new book in Uniservitate collection, and our first manual, our first handbook. It's a handbook on how to develop service learning in higher education. It's a book we couldn't have written 5 years ago, because it's a book we have written gathering all your experiences, all your projects, all the things you have teach each other. We have been teaching each other from our very different cultural context. And it's a first volume of the handbook. In this volume, we present the basics of service learning, the programmatic characteristics, the relationship with the global compact of education, and the itinerary of a quality service learning project. I would like to say that this is a beta edition. I would love if all of you read it and give us comment and send us an email to uniservitate.com and tell us what you liked and what you didn't think it's right. And if you have other experiences or projects that would enrich the book, I will be very happy to receive all your comments and suggestions. There's a second volume in production that will address spirituality and institutionalization. While the first volume is especially for teachers and administrators of service learning, we want to reach also to authorities with the second volume. And if you think you have something valuable to say around spirituality and institutionalizations that you haven't yet shared, I will be happy to receive your contributions until February next year. And last but not least, I want to make an announcement, and I'm sorry the slide is in Spanish. We are starting to prepare a global diploma on service learning in higher education. It will be provided by Uniservitate for teachers and administrative teams in all the universities that are hubs, supported universities, or members of Uniservitate. We want with this diploma to validate with a certificate what we all already know, but also to create a space to exchange and develop new knowledge, and doing that at the global level. There are different certificates of service learning in different parts of the world, but I think Uniservitate is now in a position to provide a global vision, our polyhedric vision, to a space of training and qualifying people. And we are building a global teaching team. So many of you will be called to serve in this diploma. And we will call people from inside and also from outside Uniservitate to guarantee the best quality possible for this diploma. The first edition of the diploma, we are hopefully launching it in September next year. this first edition will be free with limited places for Uniservitate members, and we will be working with hubs to select the people who we most need to be trained in every region. So I would like to finish with a Spanish expression from Pope Francis that I found it's very difficult to translate. The first time he said it in the Global Youth Day with Argentinian kids, he told them to hacer que les dijo que hicieran lío. And lío is translated sometimes as noise, as disturbance, but lío means having the courage to think different and act different and to remove and don't let things get quiet. Don't let things be the same as we have always been doing. The last time we met with Pope Francis, I told him with Uniservitate we were making lío, we were making this kind of healthy confusion, and he told me we need more and more lío. We need more and more disturbing the usual. And I think that's the last thing he told us, and I treasure it. And I hope with this symposium, we keep doing lío, we keep making noise, and we keep, like Cardinal Tolentino said, being an important point of reference for service learning in universities around the world. So thank you very, very much for everything you're doing, and I hope you have a wonderful rest of the symposium. Thank you.
Very much, Nieves, for your inspiring presentation, keynote in this global symposium. And I will now give the floor to Ola. She has important information on our lunch. I see hungry eyes, so...
Okay, thank you. First message for our online participants. Please join us at 2 o'clock Central European time. We would try manage it in time, but be patient if not. But we will do it. For our on-site participants, while registration, you have received 2 vouchers for lunches. The cafeteria is nearby. We need to feed till 2 o'clock. Please be also aware that we will have simultaneous sessions. So pay attention 3 minutes in which session you would like to participate and in which building, in which auditoria this session is. And we will meet you again here at 16 o'clock for networking with coffee. And don't forget that also we have a joint prayer today as an evening mass at 6 o'clock in Schutzengel-Kirche with a beautiful choir singing choir of Collegium Orientale. So see you at simultaneous sessions at 2, for coffee break at 4.